Well, shit. My wrap just fucking fell apart. right where the Cuba. This is where the fairgrounds were. This is right where the Cuba, Missouri. This is where the fairgrounds were in Cuba, Missouri. This is right. This is where the fair. Oh, come on. What's up, Southern Eastern? Come on. Really, come on, computer. What the fuck? Come on. Load. Alright, let's try this fucking again. Go here. In here. Come on, just send me the damn thing already. Fuck. Really?
It's an absolute banger. This is, dude, I'm pumped. I'm ready to fucking grind. I'm running for life. Where we going? All right, so we're back, and I just got home from Dallas, Texas. What a historic night. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson just went down. A lot of people with a lot of opinions on this fight, and I wanted to take my time and let things settle in. I was there fight night doing the biggest live stream, video, anything that this channel has ever done. I think as it sits right now, we're at 9.4 million views on that live stream. A massive thank you to you guys. I think we hit number 2 on the trending page. This is, like I said, the biggest thing I've ever done. All thanks to you and my dad, Papa Plim. I hope you guys were able to see it. But while we had a good time there, and while we loved the event, it was all great, some people had other thoughts about the opinion, especially the main event, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. A lot of people throwing their thoughts around and wanting to communicate with everyone on the internet. This thing blew up the internet last night and potentially blew up Netflix. We'll talk all about it. But I think everybody would have gotten on the same page had they used today's sponsor of the video. Yes, once again, I'm talking about Boost Mobile. Guys, if you didn't know, now you know. Boost Mobile, it price lock. happened last night in the main event. Everyone's got an opinion on it. It's time for me to tell you mine. I wanted to take a day and gather it. I gotta say, while the event was amazing in the main event, a little bit disappointing. What do I mean? The breakdown. Let's go. All right, so like I had said, coming into this entire Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight, I didn't think that Mike at 58 was going to have an easy time fighting. I didn't think he should be fighting. I thought his health was probably not in the best place, as really any 58-year-old should. But Mike Tyson is a grown man and decided to do that. And as he did, he got stronger. He got more fit. He got into best shape I think he probably could have gotten in. Mike Tyson's own words, it was a fight to show his children that he is still Mike Tyson, to be able to stand toe-to-toe with a guy, 27 years old, Jake Paul, who's not the greatest boxer ever, but has some power and obviously is a young guy. That was kind of the goal. And in that respect, Mike Tyson, as he stepped into that ring last night, was impressive, at least to me. Now, what were the drawbacks of that? Well, Mike Tyson at 58, his legs were shot. You could tell anytime he ate a punch from Jake Paul that he was kind of looking for his footing, kind of stumbling around, not because he was necessarily hurt, but because his legs and his knees and all the surgeries and the hip and everything it was not functioning like a young man would in the sport of boxing, which is a young man's game. But again, Mike started out the fight like Mike Tyson, at least to a degree. He was a little bit more explosive. He was able to make some things happen, at least in flashes early in the first round. He even landed probably the biggest punch of the first round. I actually gave him a win in the first round. So yeah, I thought that was a massive deal for Mike. And it was one of those things where you started watching the fight and everybody online was talking about, let's see some magic. And does Mike still have some magic? And in that first round, I think you had basically him pulling the rabbit out of the hat, throwing the deck of cards and pulling it back into his hand and maybe tapping a wand, a top hat, and pulling a rabbit out of it. That was about all the magic Mike had. And with that being said, the rest of the fight was Jake Paul's. Although Mike showed, again, great head movement, which I was super impressed by. Again, off the center line, super lateral because he's so square with that kind of peekaboo style. I took away from this fight that Mike Tyson, no, he shouldn't have been fighting, but that for his age, he was still one of the most impressive 58-year-olds that I think I could ever see in a boxing ring. But that, yeah, he was completely shot. And again, I think it kind of went the way everyone thought, where Mike Tyson, after the first round, was going to go downhill and go downhill quickly. And I will say, sitting ringside, when that started to happen, you did get that uneasy feel in your stomach. I mean, I can't lie. That's the first thing I thought was when Mike went from flashes of brilliance to stagnant and a bit stuck, just uncharacteristic of the person in your mind that you think of. Even if you know that's not who Mike Tyson is anymore, still, predisposition of your mind to think that's who he once was doesn't allow you to let go of that past to necessarily fully acknowledge the present until it's right there in front of you. And as I watched him in rounds 2 through the rest of the fight, it did become more of a very much sad thing. If you even go back and listen to my dad and I commentate the fight, we started to talk less and less and more just, appreciate Mike's last couple of rounds in the ring, but also just feel a little bit distraught by watching him move around in a way that wasn't him. And I guess that's the easiest way to describe it. And again, I call that sad because that's what it was. And as much hype and excitement as I had for this event, it did deliver with Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, probably one of, if not the best fights I've seen in a very long time. And some of the undercard fights, Mario Barrios, Abel Ramos, a banger of a fight as well. Everybody showed up and showed out, but I don't know. That last fight just had you feeling uneasy. It was like, the idea of Jake and Mike getting in a ring sounds great, but then, when it actually happened, it was what you thought, but maybe not in the way you thought, if that makes sense. Because Jake also had talked about, on the other side of things, how he was going to knock Mike out, and that didn't happen. And again, I'm grateful for that. I think everybody that wanted to watch this fight didn't want to see Mike get hurt, and he didn't, so that's a good thing. But it also doesn't help Jake Paul, and that's the other side of this equation where, okay, it does help him in the fact that he did, as we'll look at here on Netflix Twitter account, 60 million households watching this fight. So yes, obviously because Mike Tyson's involved, but Jake does have to get some credit for that. I think they doubled the Texas Gate record. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano had 50 million people watching them. This is the most watched fight since cable was invented. Like, all that's great. But when I say that it doesn't necessarily do much for Jake, I guess strictly mean it doesn't really do much for him in the boxing sense. Like, I didn't learn much about Jake in this fight. I didn't learn how much better he could have gotten because he didn't really show too much. In fact, the first couple of rounds, he was very wary of Mike Tyson and stayed at a range that was keeping him safe, which I thought was pretty shocking because, you do that for the first maybe round or two, and then you get in and stick it on Mike, and he didn't do that. And I know this is going to sound crazy to me, but if the whole buildup is I'm going to knock Mike out. I'm going to knock Mike out. Again, I do appreciate some contrition. We'll get to what Jake said in the post-fight press conference, but if that's the buildup and then you don't even attempt to do that, or you don't attempt to engage in the fight that would have created that moment for either of you, and you do just get the win, especially after the slap and everything else. I know it's a build. I know that we had this crescendo of, shit talk and the slap and the whole thing, and Jake's pulling contracts and gets to the fight, and it's a bit of a letdown. I'm sorry. I don't want to say that I wanted to see Mike get knocked out, because I didn't want to see that. But I did want to see Jake try to go in and showcase whatever it was. And I know he wants to genuinely not hurt Mike, because I think Jake Paul genuinely does idolize Mike Tyson. But it does leave a weird kind of feel for the fans when you do all of that, and then at the end of the rounds, like 5, 6, and 7, you can clearly see Jake taking his foot off the gas pedal. But that's only after the first couple of rounds where he avoided Mike pretty much at all costs, which again shows the respect, but also it's a boxing match. The goal is to hurt the other individual. Jake knows this, and it feels like it's just a bit of a letdown. And another reason you look at that and you have to go, man, Mike's a warrior for going through all this, but was it? I hope it was worth it, and I hope that, the whatever money he made was enough to not let him do this anymore, because he just put out a tweet today, and I'll read it for you guys. Mike says, "This is one of those situations when you lost but still won. I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in the ring one last time." So it looks like that is going to be Mike's last time in the ring. Thank goodness. I don't think, especially after last night, that he should do this again. And then he says, "I almost died in June. I had 8 blood transfusions, lost half my blood and 25 pounds in the hospital, and had to fight to get healthy to fight. So I won." This was not information that anyone had, at least not publicly. And you saw him on the Netflix Countdown talk about how he was in the hospital and stuff, but he didn't talk about 8 blood transfusion and whatever, almost dying. And even though, again, I did put that caution out to you guys that Mike should not be fighting, knowing this, he really shouldn't have been. And to see him go through with it, yes, an absolute warrior, but wow. Again, this is a positive message from Mike. He goes on to say, "To have my children see me stand toe-to-toe and finish 8 rounds with a talented fighter half my age in front of a packed Dallas Cowboys stadium is an experience that no man has the right to ask for. Thank you." So it's a positive message, right? He had a goal. He went in there, went toe-to-toe with Jake, and came out the other side of it. That's good for Mike. But that message on top of, watching him physically deteriorate throughout the rounds there, it's not something that I look at and I go, yeah, great stuff there, Mike. Again, you can understand why he's proud, but as an outsider looking in, as someone that was there, it did feel a little bit sad. And I know that people are not really going to buy the whole Jake just took his foot off the gas pedal. I mean, we'll watch this here. We'll take a look so you guys can see.
At any point, did you start to take your foot off the gas just a little bit because you noticed he was tiring out?
Yeah, definitely a bit. I wanted to give the fans a show, but I didn't want to hurt someone that didn't need to be hurt.
So Jake says you want to hurt someone that didn't need to be hurt, and I guess I believe him for the latter half of the fight where both guys really stopped doing much at all. But I'm not gonna lie, Jake was throwing some hammers in the middle of that fight. It just didn't land as cleanly as he wanted, or they landed clean, but Mike's chin was able to hold up because Jake was not pulling punches in rounds 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. He was landing some heavy shots. Like, you don't throw the punch that he throws or he threw in some of those rounds with the intent to let it go lightly when they just whiz by Mike's face with sheer force, or they just brush him on the nose or on the forehead versus on the chin. That lands in a different spot, and Mike's probably asleep on the canvas. But fair play to Mike for being able to take some of those shots, because again, I was shocked that he was able to take even some of them that were on the nose or on the forehead that Jake landed his right hand, the big punch he has, pretty cleanly. Could have been the 14 ounces. It could have been, whatever else. But regardless, Jake did throw some big, heavy shots. And yes, at the same time, I do believe as the fight went longer and as it was clear Mike wasn't even able to move, let alone throw. Like, there was a point in the fight where he was throwing just like punches at air. Jake's like 6 feet away from him. He's not even close to hitting him with anything. And Mike's just going through the motions of trying to set his stuff up, with us all in the crowd knowing that if he advances forward, he's moving so slow, there's no way that he's going to touch Jake with anything. At that point, yeah, Jake started to let off the gas and kind of just let the fight finish. And then we saw, at the end where he bowed to Mike and all that. So again, I have no problem with that. I think it's very honorable in the moment, and recognizing that there was no more need for damage is great for Jake. It's just the optics of it don't really help him, because people only would be satisfied with one thing happening here. And that was really if Mike just flatlined Jake. Otherwise, it's that lose-lose situation that we're kind of currently in for Jake, that he wasn't able to stop Mike, even if it is because he didn't want to toward the end there. Early on, he was throwing punches with the intent to hurt Mike. I don't care what you say. Those were heavy punches. And also, he was fighting a 58-year-old. So again, it's that lose-lose where, yes, he won the fight, but in public perception, there's so much to mock him for. Now, I will say that at least Jake was contrite. At least he was humble in victory. At least he had some semblance of a soul when it came to treating Mike with the respect that Mike deserved, mostly throughout the buildup of this process, to be fair, except for the couple of moments right there before the fight where one of the Paul brothers didn't have that same contrition. And I'm not going to just harp on this too much, but it left a little bit of just a fucking bad taste in my mouth listening to this post-fight interview. I'm going to show you guys. I don't know how this will work. Leo, we may get dinged for this, but here's Ariel Helwani asking Mike who he would want to fight next. And Mike, clearly joking, says, well, I don't know, I'll just fight his brother, because Logan is standing there. And everybody could have had a fun laugh here. It could have been a funny moment, but Logan had to take it seriously.
Logan, I think he said you might be next. Motherfucker, I'll kill you, Mike. No, please, no.
Logan talking like that. Yes, of course, at 58, I think a lot of people in that ring could have hurt Mike because, again, Mike did not look like he should be in a ring. But we just saw this whole experiment. We don't need a Logan and Mike Tyson fight after this. For Logan to clearly not get the joke and disrespect Mike to his face after he had just fought Jake in this amazing event, and all you can really do is give him his flowers because that's what you should do right then. Logan has to take it another level and continue to be the asshole. So again, the self-awareness on Logan Paul, whether it's Lunchley or Prime or anything to do with crypto, the guy just doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. But then, like I said, Jake didn't really call anybody out in the post-fight presser, in his post-fight interview with Ariel, but the internet went ablaze over, him fighting Mike and how are you continuing to fight these older guys, and Mike being 58, and what does Jake do next? And you even had Artur Beterbiev. Leo, you can throw the tweet up that said he wanted to fight Jake and he'll give him a chance at all Beterbiev's belts. You had people saying he should fight a world champion, he should fight a top 10 guy. I think that's still, a little silly, but at the same time, this Mike Tyson fight was a little silly to begin with. I don't blame people for doing it. Jake's going to get his head bashed in, and I think that's what people want to see. That's the only thing they haven't really seen. They've seen Jake lose without really getting hurt. They've seen him win. They've hated seeing him win. He's done it time and time again. And Jake actually thinks that might be the next thing for him. But before we hear Jake talk about what's next for him, I got to tell you guys one more time why the next plan for you better be with Boost Mobile. Customers who subscribe to the new Boost Mobile network have access to more towers than
The person, then everyone hates on that.
in the holiday season. Thank you to Boost Mobile for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to the breakdown.
After this, who the fuck is next?
Genuinely, everyone's biggest critique is fight a pro, fight this person, fight someone your age. So when I say Canelo is the person, then everyone hates on that. But I'm like, all right, sheep. What do you want? People just want to see me lose. So wouldn't the best opportunity to see me lose be going up against Canelo?
Absolutely.
People will never be satisfied with my career until I get fucking flatlined. Then they're going to be happy. So what better way to make that happen, or to go up against the biggest challenge in this sport? One of the best to ever do it. A legend, pound for pound, great, if not the best.
To be fair, people, yes, want to see Jake get flatlined, but the best option to do that would be Artur Beterbiev. I'm sorry, because Jake is not a heavyweight. He would have to come back down to cruiser, and even then, he'd be bigger than Beterbiev, but still, it'd be a little bit closer. I'm just saying, if you want to just do the fight that's going to see you get flatlined, it's going to be Artur Beterbiev. That's the one. But Canelo fight has been on his mind because Canelo is right now the biggest star in boxing outside of Jake himself and Mike Tyson at 58. Canelo is the only one doing those kind of numbers anywhere with pretty much anyone. So yeah, that fight is the one that Jake wants. Does it make sense? Absolutely fucking not. I don't know that there's very many people that would buy into him actually beating Canelo. And I heard Gervonta Davis called him out. That would be another complete circus. But I honestly, I don't know at this point. I have no idea. We just had 58-year-old Mike Tyson in an 8-round fight. I don't know. So again, Canelo seems like the most likely name, but it's, again, just a name. I heard Conor McGregor piping up, and realistically for Jake, he is a massive draw. He is one of the biggest stars in boxing, whether you like that or not. And the trajectory I've seen him on has always been the same. It's taking big fights, making massive events, not having to cave to the boxing fan hardcore championship mentality of you gotta beat the best in the world if you're gonna keep. Why? This is what Jake does best. Think about all of 2023 and 2024. Were we more interested in Jake Paul when you're fighting Andre August and Ryan Borland, or when he was fighting Nate Diaz, Mike Tyson, Mike Perry, Tyron Woodley, all of these guys that had big name that in some level made sense for either the big name, the skill level, or a combination of both. That is where Jake really lives. And I know that he wants to challenge himself and he wants to go to world titles, so people are saying that he should do that by fighting these up-and-coming guys. But just my personal opinion is that Jake right now is not at a world championship level at cruiserweight. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. Is that going to be the case at any point in his career? In my opinion, no. That doesn't mean that Jake's not still a legitimate pro boxer and still can't have these fucking huge, massive events, because this is this pocket, man. 70-something plus thousand people in Jerry World. I saw it with my own eyes. I couldn't give less of a shit if there was a belt on the line when he stepped in the main event, because that felt like a massive fight. That felt like pay-per-view, box office attraction, stars all over the place. It was a massive event. And if he can do that and pull 60 million people in to watch, again, yes, Mike Tyson being a massive part of that, but if he can put on those type of events, I don't really see the value in fighting for a belt versus a guy like Julio Cesar Chavez, other than to say you did it, or fighting these guys that are a lot better boxers that may not have his name, when he has options out there to fight bigger names and you know, create these massive events. Canelo, yes, it makes sense in that respect that Canelo's a massive name, but it doesn't make sense in any other respect, at least not for now. Maybe as these years go by and Canelo starts to taper down his opponents as far as their skill level and where they stand in certain divisions to fight some guys that are not necessarily who the fans want to see him in there with. So maybe that is the trajectory we're on. Jake Paul, Canelo, but I really don't know. And I guess the thing that I'll leave this video on is that the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight was a bit sad. I'm sorry. It's just, it was. To have the hope that Mike would have something special and it was just not there, and have to accept the reality of what we really already knew, which is that Mike didn't really ever have a chance. It was honorable for Jake to not knock him out, and I will give Jake all the credit in the world for that. But at the same time, early on, he definitely was trying to and couldn't, which is where you give Mike that credit as well. All in all, this event did what it was supposed to do. Broke damn near every record in combat sports history outside of Las Vegas, and in the streaming world broke every record in combat sports ever, and elevated Jake's name. The rest of the world got to see Mike Tyson one more time, his ass cheeks fully out, live in front of the world on Netflix. The most amazing part of the night, outside of the fact that your boy interviewed Shaq ringside. But all in all, like I said, the event was great. The co-main event was one of the best fights I've ever seen. I still think Amanda Serrano won. Fight about it in the comments. But the main event, it just left you feeling a lot more sad for Mike, a bit underwhelmed by Jake's performance. What's next for Mike? Better be retirement. What's next for Jake? I genuinely don't have those answers.
It's a big bite, it's a big life. Zoom, zoom, live fast, big move. Big plans, a bigger attitude.
What is going on today, guys? Today we're going to be taking a look at one of the smartest young auditors that I've seen in the space. I did get in touch with him and I did cover his video a little bit ago, but I have now seen that the video has been removed. Don't know if it was from YouTube, don't know if it was from him. So I just want to make sure we keep this video out there and get as many eyes on it as we can. So there is a live where I did already cover this video. I'll leave a link in that to the description, but stick around, this video one.
What's going on?
I ask you the same question. What's going on today?
I'm recording. Can I get a name and badge number, please?
I'm asking you a question first. What are you doing over here?
I'm on a public way recording.
Okay. Are you recording?
The bank.
Bank? Why are you recording the bank?
Just recording.
No reason, huh?
No.
Does it sound suspicious or anything?
Shouldn't be constitutionally protected.
All right, but you're in the roadway. You know,
I am. I'm on the side of the road.
You're still in the road. You can't be a hazard to traffic. You
I'm right
Listen,
I'm not in the road.
still a hazard to traffic. How old are you?
15.
All right, do you have your parents anywhere?
You don't need to talk to my parents.
I do now because you're a juvenile.
How?
Because I can't let you go on your own now. Now that we've been called, we have to talk to your parents. So
Doesn't matter. I can still walk around, and I still own my rights to the Constitution. Can I get a name and badge number, please?
listen,
Can I get a name and badge number,
listen,
please?
I will. But you need to call your parents because I can't release you like on your own. You have to be released to a parent or
So
guardian.
you can't walk around?
No, so we got called here because you were filming the bank.
That don't. I'm on the side of the road.
Well, you're in the road. You're in the road when I approach, and you're in the road now. You're in the road. So you could be up here, but now that you're a juvenile and you're 15, we can,
Yeah, I still own my rights to record in public.
you can record. We never
That's
said
what I'm doing. So why do you need to call my parents?
because we cannot release you by yourself. You're 15 years old. They need to release you to a parent.
That doesn't matter if I'm 15 years old.
It does.
Okay, can I get a name and badge number, please?
731.
Thank you.
Wacky 730. So can
Thank
you
you.
please call your parents?
Oh, I cannot.
So here's the deal. If you don't call your parents, then we're gonna we can't release you.
so I don't know if that stutter was a sign of complete disbelief in what he was actually currently saying, or if it was just a complete lack of knowledge to what the actual law is. But you can tell sitting there stuttering, doesn't know what to say. But we'll let you guys keep watching.
We're going to stay here. You need to call your parents.
Call my parents for recording in a public place.
No, we're going to call you to the roadway. The roadway is not a
I'm
public
not on the roadway. The roadway is a public.
It is a public place, but it's a safety hazard. We didn't say you
Was
can't
I standing in the middle of the road? I was on the side.
standing on the side of the road. We got people calling us. You're a safety
You
hazard.
had the bank teller called. I was recording the bank. I'm at a public
And you're
place
in the
recording the bank.
And you're in the roadway.
Okay.
But now that you're 15, we need your parents involved. So can you please call your
No, I'm
parents?
18.
You're not.
Can I get a incident number, please?
Absolutely.
Down here.
Once your parents get here, it's up to them what they want you to do. And if you didn't want to call your parents, we would just take you into custody until we learn how this works.
Would you be able to go in there and give them a free education on how I can record the bank in a public place, just so they know for next time if someone comes
You
here?
can go in there and talk to them all you want. But when they call us because you're creating a disturbance, that's a problem.
Create a
disturbance, you
You can't go in there and inform them on what they called on.
We came down here to talk to you. And then if you want us to go tell them that they didn't record, yes. But I think the main problem was you were in the middle of the road. You're a dumb
I would like you to go give them a free education.
Somebody sent you here to record the bank, to rob the bank? I'm just saying, that's the stuff that
We don't know.
we don't
You
know.
can tell us whatever, we still don't know.
And because there are instances of
Oh my God, you
because
do.
we're
I'm
waiting for your mom.
detained now. I'm
Because
detained
we're
now.
waiting for your mom. Well, I can't let you walk up.
So there you guys go. A few critiques for this kid. He could have exercised his Fifth Amendment earlier. He could have just stayed silent, didn't have to speak at all. He did give them the best piece of information that they had.
Fucking dumbass cops. Cops fucking sometimes are dumb, guys. All right, nobody's watching. So. What's up, Danny? Yeah, it was pretty bad. Like I like the Katie Taylor, Amanda Storno fight better, and I think Amanda Storno whooped her ass. But hey, that's just my opinion. It's been all right. I'm getting ready to make some then and now videos of the town that I grew up in. So right now I'm doing some research on that. So I'm gonna make some videos about it. So right now I'm on Google Maps from 3 years ago, driving through to get different views of what things looked like 3 years ago. I gotta find a different Google Maps because this one. Yeah, let's go on my phone and go to Google Maps. Where's my map at? Really? Map, okay. No. Damn it, how do I go? No, I don't want to go from where I'm at. I'm going to go right here. No, I know how to get to Cuba from my house. I want to fucking... Oh, there we go. He's like, why won't you let me go to the street view? What the hell? Okay, I gotta figure out where I'm at first. Oh, damn, all the way over by the school. I don't think there's anything I need to see over here. Oh, damn, you can go all the way back to 2008? That's what I want to fucking do for sure. Let's go back to 2008. Okay. Is that even there anymore? I thought you could, on Google Maps, you could go down all streets, but for some reason it won't let me go down certain streets. It won't let me go over here. Have they changed it to just, they just go down the main streets now? Because that looks like a total different thing now. Nah, I don't really care for Christmas. Christmas was fun when I was a kid. Now it's just expensive. I'm not gonna buy any new cards for a little while. Wasn't making enough money to start getting enough return for my money, so I'm gonna wait till football season starts and I'll give me a box of football cards when they come out. Where's my fucking road? Really? No, I don't want to go backwards. I want to go forwards. What the fuck? Go forward. What the fuck? What the fuck? Damn it.
We're almost done. Click Continue to Installation, then click Add to continue. Click Yes to continue.
Really? Go back. Go back. There'll be no cussing, Danny. That's not very nice. The S word is a very bad word. Why does it keep downloading shit? Just want to fucking drive through on the map in Cuba. That's what I want to do. pissing me off. I don't want to go from here, though. How do you get it? It's 1 p.m. here. My nose is itching. My nose is itching. Okay. Not today. Come on, I want to travel in Cuba, Missouri. Continue. Missouri. Gosh. Missouri. This is above Cuba. I don't want to see that. Really? I can't get the Google Maps to work right. I've never seen the first Gladiator. But I can go to Google Maps Street View and it brings me to like wherever the fuck this is. Come on, I'm getting fucking bored. I don't fucking care. That's not what I want to do. Really? I'm not paying $300 to fucking use the damn map. Okay. Just watching this. Well, you keep all that stuff there, and we'll do without. Because I definitely don't want to hear.
When highway, or Interstate 44 came through, bypassed the town. This new guy here, Missouri Hick Barbecue, that opened in 2002. It's got this great pig on the roof there. See that guy? Little pig. Missouri Hick Barbecue. Over here, this is a Wagon Wheel Motel, Cafe, and Gas Station. Check this out. Listed in the National Register of Historic Places. This guy was built in 1934 using local sandstone from our little Ozarks here. Look at that. Then opened in 1936. Originally called the Wagon Wheel Cabins. These gabled roofs here, arched doorways, private tubs, even enclosed garages. So as traffic grew, the garages were converted into units. That's what we have today. Wow, this Wagon Wheel Motel is beautiful. A really cool wagon wheel. These gabled roofs here, arched doorways, private tubs, even enclosed garages.
I did not know that. You find out fucking crazy shit. That's crazy.
Even include garages. So as traffic grew, the garages were converted into units. That's what we have today. Wow, this Wagon Wheel Motel is beautiful. A really cool Wagon Wheel Motel neon sign. This guy dates back to 1947. Just great. Anyway, so the head office now is a little gift shop here. And the office for the hotel. Look at that beautiful sign. This is our Betty Davis mural. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But on McClay Street, don't miss the Jesus King of the Road sign right there. Anyway, right here used to be an old gas station. Here, this vacant lot called the Barnesdale Service Station and Cabins right here. The Jesus King of the Road sign right there. Anyway, right here used to be an old gas station. Here, this vacant lot.
Huh. Okay. Oh, okay. That's crazy. It's crazy. So I used to. It's crazy.
It's called the Barnesdale Service Station and Cabins right here. But this here was the old Southern Hotel. And Betty Davis stayed here in 1948. Right here on this hotel. Incredible. Look at this guy. Let's take a look at the front here because, see, the hotel used to face the railway, because that's where all the passengers got off the train. And up here on the left, right there, it's called Hotel Cuba.
That's behind
Yeah,
you.
built in 1915.
You're wrong.
Originally called the Palace Hotel. That guy's listed in the National Register of Historic Places.
You're wrong.
Of course, see how it faces this way out to the train tracks on the left. How about that? Then had to reorientate to the other side over here when Washington came through. So Betty Davis stayed here at the Southern Hotel in 1948. See that? And over here is a little mural of Betty Davis on our emergency management building at 501 Washington. It's the story of Betty Davis here, her husband, William Sherry, right in there. And they drove through Cuba on a rainy evening on November 2nd, 1948, in their 48 Packard station wagon. They stopped at the Southern Hotel for a meal in a room. And a 19-year-old reporter, amateur guy named Vaughn, asked to take her photograph. That's Vaughn right there. And the husband was real mad because they wanted some privacy. So he adamantly refused, but when they stepped out of the hotel, he snapped her photo. And the husband chased Vaughn down the street, and fell in the mud, and Vaughn got away and published the photograph right there inside the News and Review. So there's Betty Davis not looking very happy. She was stranded in Cuba on a rainy night in 1948. This guy here is the George B. Hamilton House, built in 1896. This is fantastic. Across the street from the Betty Davis mural, right here, check out this building. It used to be called Kimberly Brothers or the Ever Ready gas station. It's changed a lot, but see the columns in the front right here? That column and that column? It used to hold up a canopy. Underneath the canopy was a little service station. It's all filled in now, like a little...
Really?
Or the Ever Ready gas station. It's changed a lot, but see the columns in the front right here? That column and that column? It used to hold up a canopy. Underneath the canopy was a little service station. It's all filled in now, like a little apartment. Take a look at that cool sign there.
It's crazy. So you got that one too. Right. That makes sense too.
Little service station. It's all filled in now, like a little apartment. Take a look at that cool sign there with the little neon arrow sticking out there. That used to be a gas station. This building here called the East Office used to be called the East End Drugstore. East End.
Shit.
Little service station. It's all filled in now, like a little apartment. Take a look at that cool sign there with the little neon arrow sticking out there. That used to be a gas station. This building here called the East Office used to be called the East.
I would have never guessed that. Remember this building right here that we were trying to find? We were trying to figure out where this was.
Yeah.
Watch this. We would have never guessed. Like in a million years.
Filled in now, like a little apartment. Take a look at that cool sign there with the little neon arrow sticking out there. That used to be a gas station. This building here called
It's East Sun.
That's crazy.
Watch when he comes up
called
closer to me.
the East Office. Used to be called the East End.
We would have never guessed that in a fucking million years.
Yeah.
So, it's East Sun is where that building was. We were we were up on the other side of town
Yeah.
looking for it. We'd have never fucking guessed that in a million years. Like when he said that, I was like, yeah, I'd have never got that in a million fucking years. I'm like, so I know where most of the buildings are now,
Yeah.
and I've only watched 8 minutes of his video, so I'm sure I'll learn a bunch more.
Yeah.
So I'm stopping the pee on the way out.
Drugstore, East End Square drugstore, dates back to 1930s. Sold DX gasoline. Today it's called the East Office Bar and Grill. Used to have a movie cinema in the back. See that building there? Right back there used to be a movie cinema. Not there anymore though. Here's called Shelley's Route 66 Cafe. Right there. It's a cute little diner. Take a closer look at that guy. So Shelley's Cafe here, it originally opened in the 1950s. It was called the Cuba Dairy Cream. Today it's really popular for just having a little diner out here in Cuba. Got lots of cool new buildings and lots of murals to look at. There's a little chef guy in front. Look at that guy. He's happy to serve you. All right, we have another mural right here. This is Al West. The Al West mural, called it. So Al here's the mayor of Cuba from 1946 to 1958. He's known as the father of modern Cuba. He's a big visionary, great aspirations for Cuba, modernize it, make it a nice, economically sound building that is Cuba today. So he was elected in 1946. There's only 2 paved roads in Cuba, right? So he's instrumental in raising capital to get electricity grid expanded out here, which led to great expansions in the city, like improving the sewer, the water systems, paving the streets, opening the parks, getting more manufacturing out here, even securing a contract for grapes for the Welch Company and their jam. It's Al West. How about that? This intersection's Franklin. It's called the Four-Way. Right here is an old Phillips Cottage style gas station with a mural. We'll come back and look at that. Right now, we're going to go to this old railroad crossing, 1934, head up to the jail, which is on the right. Here we have Main Street here. Right over here, the old Cuba Jail, 1908. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It's called the Calaboose. Look at that. Built in 1908, little one-story, rectangular shape, concrete block structure. Got this little iron door right there. Consists of a little guard space where the guard sits. You've got a wood-burning stove in there. Check that out. And in the rear, there's a pair of iron bunks right back there. It was closed in 1954. Nice little museum. Look at that. You can't even get out of this. Look at that little iron bars. That's in the back here. Anyway, this thing's crazy. Wow. Better looking here in the jail. Now we got 2 Cell blocks back here, iron. Little guard here. Back in the front. There you go. Historic building of Cuba, Missouri. There you go. It's called a calaboose. How about that? It's starting to rain, which is normal. From Missouri, we got the Viva Cuba Garden, 1992. Mural City. We got some really cool stuff up here. Little replica of a train. Salem branch. The Salem and Little Rock Railroad. And across the street is our Phillips Cottage gas station we're going to look at. Along the way, we have all these murals all over the place. Look at that. This all freelance. So this is our cottage style Phillips 66 gas station. Built in 1932 by Paul T. Carr. And we have our murals up here. We'll get to in a second here, but I want to show you this multi-colored gabled roof. Look at that. This is darling. So in the 50s and 60s, changed it to a mobile gas station. Let me show you this up here. See the P up there? It's for Phillips, always on the chimney here. These cottage style gas stations. So they built it like cottage style. So it kind of looks like it fits in with. It's for Phillips.
I did not know that. Never even paid attention to that. Is my chat not working now? It's a possibility. Oh, come on. Come on.
He's on the chimney here. These cottage style gas stations. So they built it like cottage style. So it kind of looks like it fits in with the little local environment or community instead of looking like a big old gas station on the corner. Let's look at these murals over here. I'll tell you about them. This is called number 12 here. The history at the Four-Way. This is Franklin Street, real busy. Anyway, Paul T. Carr. We got 3 little murals here. Panel 1 here, this is our vintage highway patrol car. He's got a trooper assisting our motorist. This honors the Missouri Highway Patrols celebrating their 75th birthday. It's a famous wagon wheel motel neon sign. Panel 2, this could be Times Democrat. Amelia Earhart coming to the city. Look at that. Here we go. This is number 5 on our list of murals here. There she is. Fantastic. Here we have another gas station. This is an old Conoco service station. Today it's a Christian Science reading room. It's original cottage-style Conoco gas station built in the 1930s, maybe the 40s. It's got a Tudor revival style, steep gabled roof, front-facing gable, over the entrance door here. Check that out. Brick walls. All this detail work around the windows and the doors. We have a chimney up here. The narrow vents. The narrow vents. Narrow vents are Conoco. That was their kind of trademark. And over here we have a couple more murals. This one here is called the Frisco. Take a closer look here. Here's the back of our Conoco. You see that real slit, narrow vent? Right there, that's our signature Conoco. How about that? And over here, this guy here is called the Gold Star Boys and the Blue Bonnet mural. It's a tribute here to the young men from Cuba who lost their lives in World War II. And the train is called the Blue Bonnet. It's a Frisco train. Right, it used to be called the Old Route 66 Cafe. Opened in the 1950s. In the 1980s, it's called the Chandler's Cafe, and then later it sold clothes, and today it's a CBD outlet next door to the Hayes Shoe Store. See that? Hayes Shoe Store. Got a great mural on this guy too. So this store, originally called the H.H. Timon's General Merchandise Store, opened in 1950. On display in here, we got Robert Pershing Wadlow's shoes. He's the tallest man in the world. Anyway, he's not here right now. But he's also known as the Alton Giant or the Giant of Illinois. So the mural here is called Prosperity Corner. 1900, right, the side of the General Merchandise Store. And one day in 1910, Mr. Timon, the owner, he went to the bank, cashed a check for $10, headed out to Joplin, and he never returned. People thought it was foul play, but later just discovered he's living in Shreveport, Louisiana. He gave some sob story about his health and financial troubles, left his good wife in the hands out here in Cuba, $12,000. Anyway, it sounds kind of funny, but that's the story of our little shoe store here. Here's the back of Prosperity Corner, 1 Smith Street. Here, this building, 1886. This is the original site of the People's Bank from 1906 to 1959.
Really? Wow. I did not know that. Okay.
This is the original site of the People's Bank from 1906 to 1959. It's Shreveport, Louisiana. He gave some sob story about his health and financial troubles, left his good wife in the hands out here in Cuba, $12,000. Anyway, it sounds funny, but it's a story of a little shoe store here. Here's the back of Prosperity Corner, 1 Smith Street. Here, this building, 1886. This is the original site of People's Bank from 1906 to 1959. It's virtually unchanged. So People's Bank, they occupied the floor down here. But there's something really cool. So the children's school is on this side of the street over there. And to cross it, because it's so busy, over here was a hidden tunnel. I think it's right here. See where it kind of flattens out? So they go underground in a tunnel to get to the other side to go to school. The little public school annex across the street. So that's kind of cool. Hey, look at this. This is Cuba City Hall. 1934 from the Cuba Fire Department. Very cool. Here, this mural next door, it's called the Millworks mural. And the Millworks building here was built in 1948. It's a site of the old Roberts, Judson, Sheet Metal, and Millworks department store. It's a custom specialty shop.
Come on. Why'd you freeze? Come on, load up, go. Really?
And the apple industry in Cuba was born. This coincided with the expansion of the Rock Island Railroad, which arrived in 1901. So this place became a super big exporter of apples and also vinegar through the barrels the McGinnis brothers made. So this here depicts the fall harvesting season, where hundreds of people in the local community were hired to go pick the apples and send them to market. How about that? Here we go. A little apple orchard industry.
Pause it for a second because it's freezing bad. Come on. Let's try again.
In our cooperage, and we got another mural up here. I think it's our last one. This is the Harry Truman at the Fair mural. Here's our final mural. It's Harry S. Truman and the Fair. So Harry was born in Missouri in 1884, grew up in Independence, worked as a Missouri farmer, fought in France, World War I. He married Virginia Wallace, and he ran a haberdashery in Kansas City. He got involved in Democratic politics. He became a senator in 1934, vice president, later president, the final years of World War II. Here he is at the fair. This is 1940. He's campaigning for the Senate. Right here, he's on his little soapbox there. He's preaching to two citizens as he's running for Senate. And that's only people who came to see him. They're having so much fun at the fair down here. They just gave up and he picked up his little soapbox and went down to the fair to have some fun because only two people were listening to him. So that's kind of what this guy's all about. Here's a little thing over here. Look at that. Vote Truman for U.S. Senator. So that's our little tour up here. We're going to go to one more location in Cuba. It's called the Cuba Drive-In Movie Theater, just on the outskirts of town. So hang on with me while we get there. Our final stop, right outside of Cuba, just on the outskirts of Franklin Avenue. It's our drive-in theater. Wow, this thing's amazing. Check this out. It's all abandoned now, but it's still here. Anyways, take a closer look. What we have, it's a little entrance here. How about that? Not sure what this said here. Drive-in, eat, something like that. Anyway, here's a little.
All right. I gotta use the bathroom.
I want to say Tim.
I'm Jeff.
Today we're opening up this would be almost-ish, yeah, a little bit over, a 5.5-year-old mystery box. So this shipped back on April 12, 2019 from the company Ralphie's Funhouse. Back then it was called a different name when they did like a branding name change, 2-3 years ago or so-ish, something like that. This was back when their original company from April 2019. Now we're in November 2024. It's a long time ago. This is the very last one I have of either company, the original company or the new Ralphie's Fun. This is the last one as far as I know for pretty sure this is the last one. So here's the details, which is not much. When I go into the actual website, all I can see is the title of it. When I click on it, the page no longer exists. Obvious reason, it's a very, very old purchase. It was purchased on April 12, 2019. This is called the Scratch and Dent Friday. $100 each, guaranteed full value, $30, or not $30, 30 boxes. I mean, 30 boxes, $100 each, full value, but it is scratch and dent, so it could be some, probably not totally trash pop. It could be some with some minor damage on them. I don't know how many pops were in each box. I have no idea. The film weight wise, I'm guessing like 3 or 4 pops tops. Doesn't feel like a whole lot in here, but I could be wrong on that. Here we go. Let's see what we have in this decently sized Ralphie's Funhouse Funko Pop mystery box. That's 5.5 years old. Old mystery box. Reaching in. Pull the tape on the bubble wrap. Maybe, there we go. And they're actually, there's only 4 in here. There's one in a heart stack though. That's a good sign. That might be a good hit. I mean, why did you put a pop that's only worth like $30 in a heart stack? First one, no pop protector. The back says Princess Bride. This should be Wesley. That's a cool one right there. Very nice. I know the actor who played this was Carrie Ells, I guess is his name correct. I've met him a couple times at conventions. Very, very nice guy. Whenever you meet him, when he's at conventions, he will only do one person at a time, go behind a curtain where he's at, where he keeps it. He wants it to be an experience that is a personal experience with him and like fan. And very nice guy. I recommend if you have a chance of meeting Carrie, I would definitely do it. Whenever you first walk up, you'll be like, where's he at? Well, he's behind the curtain, and it's one person in at a time. One person in. Once that person leaves, they'll wait for Carrie to be ready for the next person. Then they'll call in the next person. I probably talked to him for at least 2 or 3 minutes, I bet. They wouldn't let me film or record when I met him. That was one of the rules, but very nice guy. And he actually signed my chase of this pop for me and gave me a free signed photo because I'm a veteran. And he said every active reservist, guard, or veteran gets a free autograph. So I was like, sweet. Very nice guy. I would highly recommend meeting him if you get a chance. Avatar. Zuko. I have quite a few available right now in my Whatnot marketplace. Let me actually verify this. Super easy. Go to your Whatnot app, and go to their search bar. Actually, we'll leave a link to in the description box of the video on the screen right now. You can download the app. Go to my Franchise Kicks account, type in FRA. It'll pull up the very first one. And it opens up to my shop page. Let me type in Zuko. I think I have a few of these. Yes, I already have 8 of these listed in my Whatnot shop marketplace. So it's that easy to find exactly what you look for on Whatnot. You can just go into the search bar and figure out if I'm selling it, or go to the main search bar and figure out who's selling the pops that you're looking for on Whatnot. Super easy, right? Okay. Next one, no pop protector. Once again, Triple A. This one is vaulted. That's pretty cool right there. Triple H Skull King. Nice. Vaulted. A little ding right there on the back, but nothing major at all. This is a scratch and dent box. A little tiny ding on the back of it. It's still like an 8 out of 10 condition. The first two are pretty minty. Okay, for scratch and dent, probably the higher valued hits are probably the scratch and dent hits. So in order for Ralphie's Funhouse to kind of protect themselves, you know, when some of the more expensive hits have a little bit more damage than what people like, just call it a scratch and dent or like a damaged mystery box, or the majority of pops will be totally mint or near mint condition. Your better potential hits, some could have damage on them. You know what I'm saying? Hard stack. Here we go. I think that's the top, right? There's the top. Okay, come on. Let's be something big. I have no teaser picture. I have no idea what the big hits are in this. No clue. Come on, be big. Oh, I'll take it. Nice. A 500 piece Freddy. Hello. I'll take that. 500 piece, the red devil, pink devil Freddy from Fun Days 2018. That is sweet. Let's see condition. Okay, small little bend there on the window. Nothing terrible though. The box, nothing major. I mean, one small window bend and one small little blemish right there. For the age of it, 6 years old, I mean, 8 out of 10, 7.5 to 8 out of 10 condition. That's pretty solid. This paid for the whole box. I've had these before. I don't know what the values are today of like they call them like the Freddy Red Devil, whoever pops. I don't know what they are, but let's find out. We go on HobbyDB, look up the PBG values. Let's kind of find a rough estimate what these could be valued at today, November 2024. 5.5 years after it got packaged up and sold. First, I got the Triple H. This was the Chase. It's $65. I actually do have the Chase available on my Whatnot shop marketplace right now. If you want to purchase it, it's available. And I'll be listing this one also. This is worth $24. I'll probably list it about $20 or so on my Whatnot, but it's worth $24. But I'll sell it under that to you. We already looked up this one. I remember it was worth $8. This had no damage whatsoever. I think I have these listed. I think on Whatnot for $6 each, if I remember correctly. But full value though is $8. And the West, this is the common version, the non-chase, worth $9. The chase is worth $43, but the common's worth $9. This last pop, this is a big hit. I don't remember it being worth that much money. But yeah, this was a Ralphie's Funhouse, a 5.5-year-old mystery box. The Red Devil Freddy Funko today, 500 piece, coming at $340. This might have been top hit in this mystery box run. I bet it was. So looking at, I pay $100 for this box today. It's worth $370. That's almost 4 times my money back. This is like the best value old mystery box I've had so far. 5.5 years ago, I spent $100. In 2019, 2024, it's worth almost $400. Wow. Go ahead and look at HobbyDB. Let's see how far I can go back just to see value of this, of the Red Devil. As far back as I can go on the HobbyDB is October 31st, 2019. It came in at $195. And this actually held value during all the Funko hype and hysteria between 2020 and 2022. It held value. And it actually kept going up in value. And it's held since roughly around mid 2022 is at $390. It stayed between $390 and $400 now, in that range. $350 to $400 for the past 2 years. It's held strong. So wow, good mystery box, Ralphie's Funhouse. This had to have been a top hit box, or one of the top hit box back then. Now it's a really good box. So nice. These will all be available in my Whatnot shop marketplace for under PBG prices. This one has like a couple small blemishes on there.
Oh my God,
When I tell you what to do, you're not my dad. How about that? Let me finish what I was saying. You can finish when I get done. Damn, take that.
This is NC Tower in Siler City. Let's see if they respect my right to record out here. I'm out here. I'm out here with my son again. My backup camera. It's always awesome to have him with me. Got somebody looking out the window, out the door over there. Looking out the door. Looking out the door at me. I guess they were on the phone. Don't know who they was calling. They were on the phone. There's the tanks back here. There's not a lot of traffic on this road right here. It's a little side street. The trucks go down that way. Fill up the tanks and all that good stuff.
FBI. Today.
I don't talk to strangers, man.
You don't talk to strangers? Well, you know you're trespassing on private property, right?
Think someone on private property. What? I guess now they calling the police. He just called the police. Said I was on private property. Okay, the shot. Get over here. What's happening? I'm great. Come out and set some stuff, I guess, yeah.
Right.
Sure.
I'm the chief. How are you today?
I can't hear you.
I'm Mike Whiter. How are you?
I'm great, man.
So what did he say to you this morning?
Just asked me how I was doing or something. I can't remember, to be honest with you. You have to ask him.
Right, okay. And any business here this morning, sir? Just out taking a picture?
Just out recording, man, that's all.
Okay, all right. And your name is?
Good Citizen. Good Citizen.
Good Citizen.
That's right. What's your name, sir?
McClellan.
McClellan?
Yeah.
Y'all got badge numbers?
Yes, sir. Mirror Factory.
Yeah. Did you say he was the chief?
Yeah.
Wow. Said he was a chief. Damn, look at all these people. Jesus. They called the cavalry out here, man. What the hell? The cavalry. Y'all get some more people in here.
Morning.
What's up?
How y'all doing today?
I'm doing great.
Good. Beautiful morning.
It is actually a little warm.
Yeah.
Sun's kicking my ass, man. I'm fat.
Before what kind of tease was it?
It was. Absolutely was. Trying to piece this damn thing. There you go.
What you up to this morning?
What's your name? I can't see it.
Officer Beal.
Beal? You got a number?
We don't have that.
Y'all have it? Just I record, man. That's about it.
What y'all doing? Documentary or something?
Just I record, man. Just to make sure they respect my right to do so. That's about it.
I'm fine with that.
But, bother nobody, talk to nobody. He tried to talk to us. I didn't want to talk to him. I don't like talking to strangers. Yeah.
That's why you always introduce yourself.
Yeah.
What's your name?
I'd rather not give that. Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like the chief. I'm like, come on, man. I don't feel worthy to have the chief come out. You know what I mean?
Well, today is your day.
I know, right? To get the chief to come out. How you doing, man? Can I get your name?
Officer Winker. Yeah, that's one shot you can get in.
Right.
Good day, sir.
All right, man. Y'all be good. Hey, thank you guys for honoring your oath today. Y'all done awesome. I appreciate that. And really, stay safe out here. It's not always bad, guys. Not always. I'm surprised the chief come out there. That was pretty cool. And now they introduce each other. The chief of police. I feel honored, right? But I didn't know the chief was gonna come out. That's actually pretty cool. Just stay right there. Yeah, he thought he was gonna give me the leave, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, see how that worked out for him. How'd that work out for you, Chief? How about learning you can't boss somebody around out here on public property? Huh? You ain't got nothing to say now. You wanted to talk a while ago. Yeah, you wanted to talk a while ago. Now you don't want to say nothing. You got an education about the First Amendment and public property by NC Tire Hunter, right? Yeah, he's got this flag out here, but he don't like freedom, evidently, or the Constitution. Yeah, but he got a free education today, guys. Absolutely got a free education today. I guarantee it.
When I'm telling you what to do,
And I kind of debated whether I wanted to post something or not, but then
The blue friendship bracelet thing is stupid.
I saw this woman's video where she said she's a woman of color and she took her child to school for the first time after the elections. And there were people waving Trump flags, and she felt for the first time at school a sense of fear. And then she went to a store and she saw her.
Give me made up story 500, Alex. That's a fucking made up story.
To go, but she saw a woman get out of a car wearing a blue friendship bracelet, and in that moment, she was the first time that gave her a sense of safe security.
Bullshit.
These people have been so lied to by legacy media, The View, and Kamala Harris's campaign that they think anybody who has a Trump flag is just the most hateful person. That couldn't be further from the truth.
It's been a really hard week for a lot of us in America.
Oh my God, it's been over a week. We're coming up on 2 weeks now. Shut the fuck up about it already. Shut the fuck up.
This is a bracelet that I found that you can get on TikTok Shop if you are not able to make one yourself, and show love, show being a safe place for people. I myself will be buying one. I finally just found one, so this is one that I'm going to be buying, and they also have a flash sale for today.
It has been proven in the last month how ironic it is that they want to consider themselves the party of safety, love, and acceptance and care, but don't tell them if you're a Christian. Don't tell them if you have any moral compass at all. And don't tell them if you voted for Trump, or else they are going to label you one of a million different things and be so hateful to you. And so I'm wondering, what party do you guys believe is actually more accepting?
Right, y'all. Black women, unpopular opinion. This whole blue bracelet thing, I'm not agreeing with y'all and the backlash y'all giving these poor women. I'm sorry. Like, they're literally just trying their best just to show that they're still allies, and they're trying to show that they're still, in camaraderie with us, or just trying to still be.
How were people not in camaraderie with you before? Why do people need to wear something to prove that they are an alliance of yours? We are all Americans. We are literally the United States of America. That is the name of our country. And just like a person's name is the most important thing to them, the same thing goes for a country. We are the United States of America. People don't need to show that they accept you. Allegiance to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, with the liberty and justice for all. Not for people who wear blue bracelets, not for people of certain race, for all. It makes sense that women who are wearing these blue bracelets are getting some backlash.
Be there for us the best way they can. I feel like we're shunning them just a little bit, and I don't think it's fair, especially to those that actually voted blue. The other ones can go to hell. But like, for the women, for the white women that are actually still trying to be there for us and show that they're allies, and they're literally asking, hey, what can we do to make you guys feel safe? And people in the comments like, oh, I don't feel safe around y'all. Well, I get it. I understand. However, I don't think it's fair to shun these people for just trying to help. Like, it's not their fault that the election didn't go the way that we all wanted it to go. It's not their fault. Like, it's not. Do I think it's the best solution to walk around with a blue bracelet? Maybe not. But like, what other solution is there? What other?
To me, the solution.
Just act fucking normal. Holy shit. What a fucking concept, right?
is just being a decent human being, helping people when they need help, holding the door for somebody, saying hi, giving a smile to somebody, giving a compliment, a sincere one. Those are the ways that we help each other. And I don't see what this symbol has to really offer anybody. The hardest part about this is it doesn't really make sense for me to be like, this lady's take is wrong and what she believes is wrong. Because at the end of the day, if somebody chooses to believe in something, then that is going to be their truth, I guess is what people say nowadays. It's going to be their reality. So if she believes that women wearing blue bracelets is something that is uplifting and she considers it good, then maybe it does have some good aspects to it, perhaps.
Easiest and most effective form of protest you have right now that you can start immediately, put a mask back on. Stop letting them observe your face and have the side benefit of better health
Kill yourself.
and protecting the rest of us in the world.
Yeah, slap a mask back on. That'll really show them. And it's not like it's really uncomfortable, difficult to breathe, and also super awkward. Does anybody else remember wearing masks and then you meet somebody for the first time and when they take off their mask, they looked completely different than you were expecting? It's almost like you're never able to get to know anybody when you and them are wearing masks. So why does this lady want women who are in support of this blue bracelet movement to have no real human connections ever? That's just going to do more damage.
I'm going to speak to the white woman phenomenon of MAGA women.
Okay, so she is speaking directly to me. I fit her niche market of this video.
Being upset that people are setting boundaries with them around not wanting to be in a relationship after the election. I'm going to make it make sense, okay?
Oh, good. Oh, good. Because this was really keeping me up at night.
This is about requirements. If a woman doesn't learn to have requirements in her relationships, which most of us don't, okay? Most of us learn to accept mediocrity or even worse from men. So when they are faced with who should be president, they do not have the requirements in place to go, well, what is the filter system? Okay, rapist? No, that's not really a requirement. Sexual assault, bullying, racism, xenophobia, none of it.
The thing that's frustrating is because obviously it looks really bad and it's understandable how she can be so confused as to why somebody would have voted for Trump. But from our perspective, or at least from mine, it's that they were doing these things so that he wouldn't be in the presidency. He was also shot at and survived multiple assassination attempts. So why don't you mention any of that? Or the fact that so many people said he would never make it to the presidency, because I find it pretty inspirational, actually, that he did, despite all of these fake charges and fake allegations.
Is a requirement because they do not know how to create requirements with men. So they go ahead and they make excuses. They gaslight themselves and they gaslight everyone around them in order to maintain the belief that they can have whatever it is they're wanting to get from it, right? Because the question is always, what are you getting from it? How does it benefit you?
I don't know, maybe the ability to feel safe and not be worried about being attacked, robbed, or killed by gang members. I guess my safety is something that's really benefiting me, but how dare I prioritize my safety and well-being?
Conversation. And that is worth sacrificing what we see as values and all these things with its requirements. And they just simply don't.
And the candidate that she voted for told people to get out of her rally, kicked them out when they said that Christ is king. So I'm left wondering, what are her values and where do they derive from?
Know how to create requirements or know that they're worthy of having them. And so on the flip side of that, on the other side of the election, then people are actually telling them, well, I have requirements, okay? So I have a requirement that people care about my human rights. And if you don't care, then I don't choose to be in relationship with you. And this is mind blowing. And this feels like another layer of.
It's not mind blowing. If you don't want to hang around Trump supporters, that's totally fine. And it's understandable because many people from her party are secluding themselves from the majority of the population. And that's your free will to do so. Just like it is your free will to get a tattoo that says, Trump is not my president. Somebody wrote, woman resists Trump by branding herself with his name. That'll really show him. But again, the thing that I find most ironic about this whole thing is that they are expressing how much they don't like Trump and yada, yada, yada. And that is what Trump fought for. That is what Trump stood up and yelled, fight, fight, fight for. He has done all of this so that people can go on social media and hate him because he wants freedom in our country. Now, I found an awesome clip of a woman named Ashley Blank, one on TikTok, who explained the blue bracelet phenomenon so good.
I heard on the radio this morning that over 2,700 people took their lives after the election yesterday. And that's not because of Trump or his supporters. That's because the Harris campaign and the fake news and the propaganda that they spread, the hate that they spread this entire election. The lies they told, telling people, Project 2025, he's going to take away your rights. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. When he's spoken against it, every single time it was brought up. Even at the debate to her face, he told her, I have nothing to do with that. The Heritage Foundation, who wrote Project 2025, came out and said, yeah, Donald Trump had nothing to do with this. And she knew that. She fear-mongered people into voting for her because they thought that their lives literally depended on it. People still do, so much so that now they're ending their lives thinking that their life is over, that they're going to be losing all their rights. Like it's going to be like The Handmaid's Tale. It's so sad. The mental health crisis that we have going on in our country right now, and that her campaign did not help anybody. Made people believe this fairy tale that wasn't true. Donald Trump is the most pro-choice president as a Republican that we've ever had. Administration started a global effort to end the criminalization of the gay community. In places like Iran, where they're literally hanging people who are gay. Donald Trump was the first president we've ever had who had an openly gay member in his cabinet. Donald Trump has hosted gay weddings at his house in Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump was pro-gay marriage before any of your Democratic leaders were. In the late 90s, early 2000s, when they were all saying they're not for gay marriage, he's always been for gay marriage. He won an Ellis Island Award, and you can't win that award if you have a hint of racism in you. Never once did he get called a racist until he ran for president and won. All these lies are the reason that so many people left the Democratic Party this election. And I'm so sad for the people that are still so brainwashed and truly believe the lies that are being spewed. Like you think that me as a woman, as a mother to a teenage daughter and my sons, you think that I would vote against her rights. You think that 60% of the country who voted for Donald Trump would vote against women.
She did a phenomenal job at explaining how many lies people believe about Trump and his supporters. Please make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
I'm lucky to be alive still. I remember being at a point where I was absolutely hopeless. I can't do this anymore, but I didn't know what to.
Because the question is always, what are you getting from it? How does it benefit you?
I don't know. Maybe the ability to feel safe and
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Chill, guys. Just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually made by one of the founders of Honey, and it basically blocks ads for you. Like, imagine watching YouTube and Twitch completely uninterrupted. And it actually gets cooler because if you do end up seeing ads, Pi legit pays you to see it. These were ads in the first place, but I made money off of them, which is great. It has a visual mode that lets you watch your ads disappear. Like, why do I feel like I'm pulling a fast one on Google? It takes like 5 seconds, but honestly, just give it a try, because who knows?
All right, so we're back in breaking news coming down the line in the influencer boxing scene. Something I did not expect at all, had no idea was coming, but it's pretty freaking cool if you ask me. Tommy Fury is back in the influencer boxing scene. We just cannot seem to get rid of his beautiful face and his perfectly coiffed eyebrow. In all seriousness, this is actually a fun matchup because he's not back to fight Jake Paul. He's not back to fight KSI. He is back to fight none other than Darren Till. This is interesting, and it's for multiple reasons. What do I mean? What is happening? The breakdown. Let's go. So just kind of out of nowhere on a Sunday, I was double cheeked up. No, I'm not talking Mike Tyson style. I mean, I was sitting on my ass watching football, taking in the entirety of Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight week, and Misfits decided to drop Tommy Fury versus Darren Till from the Co-op Live in Manchester on January 18th, 2025. It's their inaugural card to start the year. Misfits 20. Now, if you guys watched my video yesterday, I thought for sure Jake Paul's next move was to fight Tommy Fury because he's coming off the hand surgery and it may take him a little longer to get ready, maybe into the earlier midpoint of next year. That's not the case. I thought maybe KSI was going to come back and run right back into a Tommy Fury rematch in the early to mid part of next year. That's not the case. Now, for Jake, I thought that was the right move. For KSI, probably best to get another couple of fights under your belt before you go back and try the Tommy Fury thing again. But regardless, none of that's happening. We're getting Tommy Fury, Darren Till, and I love the matchup because, for one, Tommy Fury has shown us, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, it's true, that he's not a high-level pro boxer. He's a pro boxer, sure, but he's not one that is out of the realm of competition for influencers and crossover boxers. I mean, JJ went toe-to-toe with him. Jake knocked him down in a split decision. Darren Till, while he hasn't had much experience actually boxing, is a higher-level striker in combat sports, I would say, than both of those guys. As a boxer, we'll see how it translates. In his last fight, to be honest, that was a pile of shit. Whatever the event was called, Darren Till fought a guy that had no idea how to box and then faked an injury like he had been shot in the face just to get up and try to double leg takedown Darren Till, the one guy you probably shouldn't try that with. It was a very odd thing. But this will be a actual regulated pro boxing match that I'm excited about for a couple of reasons. Like I said, Tommy Fury, not the highest level guy. Darren Till looking to make his entrance into this scene. And he had some choice words for Tommy Fury when talking about his next fight and how it was going to go, which is another reason why I love this fight. Darren Till is a talker. Yes, he backs it up. He's got the gift of gab. And while I can't necessarily understand a Scouser accent half the time, I love Darren Till's. And I love that he talks shit because it makes things entertaining to the buildup for what will be a main event in the backyard of Tommy Fury. He's in Manchester. This is going to be huge. And again, Darren Till is going to bring it on the microphone and in the ring. Let's take a listen to what he had to say to Tommy Fury.
Do you really want to fight Tommy Fury? You're all running this scared cowards. You do not want to fight me, I promise you. I swear to God. I can fucking box. I don't even think Tommy's up there. I just don't think he's cut out for this shit. You get absolutely fucking demolished. I like his family. Shite. I don't care. Shite. His battery. Shite.
You see him there calling Tommy Fury shite, which again, I love the Scouser accent, even though I can only understand maybe one of 3 words said at a time. And he's already got a vendetta to essentially say, I'm going to beat Tommy Fury. And what I assume is going to be the case for whoever wins this fight, then potentially look to get KSI. And honestly, I don't even mind this from Darren Till because why not? He's not in the UFC anymore. I've always said that the crossover athlete does help the space in some way. If you have a name, if you have an ability to sell, and you are entertaining, Darren Till is all of that. And by the way, I just want to point out a little bit of hypocrisy from good old Tommy Fury because why not? It's fun to do. He tends to put his foot in the trap and it shuts on him multiple times, at least with his mouth. He always said that he was a true boxing man and he was going to go and fight for world titles. He was done with the influencer scene, or at least done with KSI in the influencer scene. But now taking Darren Till after criticizing Jake for taking MMA fighters that were not in the UFC anymore. It's just like how everybody has something to say about the opponent level of Jake Paul and KSI until they eventually then fight fight the same opponents or somewhere around the same level of opponent that Jake Paul and KSI fight. But again, I don't mind this because it is Tommy Fury's level, and he had something to say about the Darren Till fight and what his plans for 2025 are. I guess this was on Instagram. He says, I've been out of the ring for far too long. I've been getting itchy knuckles. I don't know if that's a turn of phrase, but itchy knuckles, probably something Tommy should get checked out by a doctor. And so I am thrilled to be able to announce my return. This is extra special as I am the A-side and headlining a massive event in my hometown in front of my fans at Co-op Live. Till had a good UFC career, but he's stepping into boxing against a proper pro. Again, I don't know what that means, a proper pro. Tommy is only a proper pro and somehow riding the coattails of his family's last name to act as if he's a better pro than he ever has been or will be. And he will quickly realize that he's out of his depth and that this is not the game for him. I plan on dealing with Till in conclusive fashion, then chasing even bigger fights in 2025. So Tommy is talking that talk. And again, do we say that Tommy's hand injury, in the KSI fight and maybe even previously to that is the big reason we didn't see him utilize a ton of power in the Jake Paul fight and the KSI fight and the Anthony Taylor fight as well? Maybe. I mean, that could be a relevant thing that he's broken his hand and it's been hurt for a while and he had to have the surgery. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Tommy coming back into this scene to put some definitive statement on Darren Till. And here's another crazy thing. He's potentially going to get, if he beats Darren Till, a KSI rematch in 2025 and potentially a Jake Paul rematch in 2025. Tommy Fury just running people's pockets, man, and the influencer scene. I'm sick of it, but at the same time, I can't complain. Man's getting his back. And he's giving us a fun fight here. Apparently, there's going to be a press conference on Tuesday for this fight and this event, I guess with just those two. But here's a statement from Mams Taylor. Said, we're starting in 2025 with a serious statement of intent. Fury versus Till is an absolute banger, one of the biggest crossover fights that can be made, and will be set up for the X Series for a record-breaking year. Build up to this is going to be compelling. It could get personal, and the fight will be one of the most brutal we have ever seen on Misfits. Get your tickets now. Okay, I like the build. I like the sentiment. It could get personal. It's going to be the most brutal. All right, we'll see. That's a lot to live up to, but we will see as we head into, I guess, again, January 18th. And here is the question that I wanted to know. What's the round? What's the weight of this fight? And I guess Mams Taylor had a space today where he said the rounds and the weight of this fight between Tommy Fury and Darren Till will be revealed at the presser on Tuesday. Okay, so as I record this, it is Sunday, November 17th. They are going to do a press conference this Tuesday. Tommy Fury, Darren Till. I hope on everything that's holy that Big John Fury makes an appearance and makes his presence known, because he is my favorite individual in this influencer boxing scene outside of Papa Plin. The crossover between those two would be, I think it might actually destroy the internet. Tuesday is when we are going to get the big reveal of the rounds. I mean, I would have to think 185 makes the most sense for both of them. Rounds probably 6 to 8. I would hope they're doing 8, but it probably most likely is more like 6. We've seen that Darren Till does have some cardio issues in the MMA realm. I don't know about boxing, but he has had some fights been plagued by his issue with cardio and not being able to be fresh for later rounds. Maybe that would be the weight cut, maybe not. We'll see. But I think 185, this fight is going to have a domino effect, because I thought coming into, again, today, before this kind of sleeper announcement that just popped up out of nowhere, I thought we were going to get like a guitar card announcement. I'd heard some rumors. This came through anyway, but the point of this fight, the big point, is that it's going to have a ripple effect. Yes, this fight is massive. Absolutely. But getting this fight done means more to me that they're looking to get KSI back going in the kind of early to mid part 2025. Depending on how this fight goes, I could see KSI taking a fight in maybe February, maybe March, probably a little bit of a tune-up, get that done, and then fight the winner of this one, because I have a feeling they're going to run KSI out relatively close to this card. But also, again, depending on what kind of fight deal Tommy Fury and Darren Till sign, Jake Paul is also going to be free around this time. I don't know if he's going to only look at Tommy Fury with a win, or maybe Darren Till can enter into that conversation. Don't know. Also, he's talking about Canelo and probably going to take some time off as well. We'll see. The point being, the winner of this fight is going to change influencer boxing going forward. It may present an opponent for KSI. It may present a new massive name in their own right to Jake Paul, or maybe Logan Paul, or somebody else that's going to rise through this scene. And another thing here is Tommy Fury has gotten a really sweet deal with Jake Paul and KSI as opponents in his last couple, because he's going to have to prove here that he is a draw in his hometown. Without KSI, without Jake Paul, we don't really know how much of a draw he will be. Darren Till's got a big name, especially out in I guess, Liverpool, where he's from. But Tommy Fury is in his backyard here. Of course, they're going to draw people to the venue. They're going to sell some tickets here. No doubt about it. But how is this going to play online? How are you guys receiving this? How is this going to look when the cameras come on and it is on DAZN behind that paywall, which I think is probably going to be the case? You'd have to think this is one of their pay-per-view cards with Tommy Fury and Darren Till in the main event. Depending on how the rest of the card looks, this is going to have to be a big-time event, and Tommy Fury is going to be a lot of weight on his shoulders to be a draw here. Let's see if he's got it. And as the fight itself is concerned, again, we didn't really see much from Darren Till in his boxing debut. But I've watched Darren for a long time, and he does have a lot of the same similar attacks that he showed in MMA and boxing. Very much kind of testy with his lead hand, whether it's like a flick jab or a lead hook, all to get to that backhand. And he throws it with power. He does sometimes have an issue with consistency throwing and sometimes not letting his hands or strikes go enough to really put himself in position to capitalize. Tommy, we know, is going to be a volume-heavy jab puncher to try to get to his right hand. I hope in this time off that he's had since the Prime card, I think it's been a full year now, obviously